The same people as the last few times.
Wow, cynical.
What the who else? Yeah, so actually we've had some casting changes since last time, and Sif and Yuri will be playing Sholmes and Ryunosuke respectively. But
I just realized that I was muted for my intro.
like, what the fuck?
Understudies. I mean, you could have delivered it with a bit more honey, I guess.
Honey.
Oh,
Like
the
this honey
same
I'm
people
drinking
as
right
last time.
Hello, hello.
Wait, Yuri, so for showing up? No.
No, I'm joking.
Actually on time to listen to his stream for once. I just realized I was muted for my opening.
Hello, Stargazers. I am Yumemi, but you can call me Esther, and
I don't have a job either. You know, it's okay. What the hell did we just walk into?
what? Nothing. What do you mean? Is it wrong?
We are literally streaming right now.
I think you're meant to say hello, hello, hello.
Sup? Hello? Alright.
Lies.
So,
I've opened up the game, but are we ready to begin?
Are you asking us, or are you asking,
I'm asking everyone.
who are you asking? Who's everyone?
you two and the chat.
I am ready.
Heck yeah. Judge, are you ready?
I'm ready. I
Let's
would do
go.
SpongeBob, but I don't feel like.
Alright. Can y'all hear my dogs? Hello?
I think I heard something in the background.
No? Okay. I hope stream can't hear it at least. My dogs
Well,
are barking.
it'd be funny if stream could hear it.
Yeah, they've been very noisy today.
We're on the middle of a ship in the middle of the ocean, and meanwhile you just hear
I
a
can
very
hear that.
distant dog.
Okay,
like, bork, bork,
Okay,
bork.
Discord can hear it, but the stream can't, it looks like.
See, we're fine.
Right.
I wish we
Oh my
hadn't
God.
been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be.
That your dogs, or was that just Judge? That was Judge. Stream can't hear my dogs. That was all Judge.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, "Don't even think about it." Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists.
Hello.
I really wish we'd taken a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin.
What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm?
Oh, no, definitely not that.
Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand?
Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face.
I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san.
We saw this.
That door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. I can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that.
I think everything else we've already seen. So let's go back In here?
We haven't visited this place in a while, have we?
It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know.
Is he here? There he is. Oh.
Ah, you're back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your faces!
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What?
Wood? Y'all are crazy.
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Hosonaga got fucked, and not in the fun way.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh?
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like HERR Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it.
The cabin next door.
What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel?
Don't worry, he coughs
Damn,
for you.
dude,
You don't have to do it.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to do, like, one thing. To signify how much I'm actually dying.
Don't die, please.
Sorry. Too late. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, no, I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information.
Tell me this new information.
Yeah,
What is
basically.
this new information you have, Inspector? We will say it 14 more times, just so we can get the point across.
What is this new
I was feeling silly today, so I decided to write down this new information. Check out this new information. It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Katsuma-sama?
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebra is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I forgot I was playing him. I have a second copy of the report.
Hey, Casper! Welcome to the apprenticeship! Oh wait, you're an assistant! Wow, tier 2! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you, thank you! You've been a long-time viewer, I really appreciate it.
If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Finally got paycheck, take my money. That's so sweet. Thank you so much!
Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating.
On the floor.
But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Shoe Polish? Like
Polish?
Like people from Poland?
Oh my god.
It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Can't stick around. Thank you for streaming. Good night.
Hey, you're Polish? Hey! One of my closest friends is Polish. Hell yeah.
Have a good night. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it was shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Sato-san?
Well, Katsuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of darkish brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of wet red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor?
Welcome in, Sheldon.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too.
Does he have TB? No, he does not. He actually does not have TB. His family, I think I've talked about this a couple times by now, but
You did it last chapter.
but yeah, his family runs a soba shop, and he's allergic to buckwheat. So, he just suffers.
Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Ah, all these Russian names are impossible to remember.
Thanks. No problem.
Oh, Judge, get in here.
Yes, I'm here. What? Is
This is you.
Holmes?
Uh-huh.
Tra-la-la!
Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Very grossly.
Tra-la-la-la-la, lay. I did the great detective way.
This caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Oh, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Kawaii. Ah, 違った.
Like beef?
Stroganoff.
Tra-la-la.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey! What are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will!
She's getting a crush.
She's quite cute. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now?
I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
I ship these two so hard, sorry. Don't worry.
So do I. Huh? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No. No. You're right. Of course, you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
I ship it. Please, they're so cute. Don't talk me.
There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
This case is a metaphor to the new Kazuma ship sinking. That's fucking crazy. Let me see.
Yes. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
She's doing her best.
All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
think that's a god of the sea, perhaps. He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
All right then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Do you get to yell objection in this game? Yes. Right, they're set up straight again. Some of these look like the same thing from last time, so I don't think we have to investigate everything.
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Oh, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has.
How much do I need to donate for you to
Ow.
yell objection as loud as possible? My voice is kind of like on the mend right now. I was I went silent for a couple of days because I got tired, and I'm still not straining it, honestly. Okay, sorry. No, it's okay. How much for you, Mugman?
I don't know, man. 10.
Amazing.
I'm worried that it might like mildly upset my family, but they'll get over it.
It can't upset them more than your brother does. Judge, how about you?
It over here, $50 at least. You know what? I changed my mind. $50.
Oh whoa! Holy shit! I mean, I can
Joking.
do it because
Joking.
I'm just by myself.
Silly little guy.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just by myself, so I could do it.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Oh hell yeah! Both of us can do it then. All right, so either me or Judge. Take your pick.
Do you want to like what voice do you want it done in as well? Like Holmes or just our regular voices? Or
How do I donate to Judge, though? You can donate to me and I'll give him money.
Fenniel's objection.
Okay.
We hear his family swat rate him. Don't worry, I will lock as potential. I will lock my door.
No way.
My door is now locked. No SWAT rates in here, buddy.
Sure, Aster. What? What do you mean? Here, however much you donate to him, I'll buy Judge a game of the same value. And then,
That's a good idea, yeah.
and then Judge can show off that I gifted him a game. Anyway.
Teehee. Did you say the thing, darling?
Yeah, I did.
Objection, how do we know your will?
Huh?
Because you're paying me.
I mean, I
Oh,
will.
shit. Sorry. Did you say it? I don't think you did.
I said the first one, yeah.
Okay.
If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me.
At least he's self-aware.
Oh, how do we know you'll give the money to Judge? Judge, will we give the money to you?
Yeah.
As he says as he
That's
cocks his
true.
gun silently.
Bro.
I don't have a gun. That's banned here.
Oh, shit.
As he unsheathes his knife silently.
Naruhodo-san? Are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know?
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's
Except
full of
Sholmes.
beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes?
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck.
Order.
Oh.
Super!
Thank you, Ink, for the $2.
Thank you for the $2.
There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist!
She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug, too.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret!
I leave for a solid second and come back to hear Fen talking about a knife. Why do I keep coming back to the most wildest convos? I don't know.
No, what are you talking about?
Eh.
Also, it's not my knife, it's Judge's. As he threatens us to pay him.
I suppose every
Totally.
cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Ah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly! We have no choice! There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Alright, I don't think there's anything else. Have we investigated everything?
I think
The
so.
saucer, the tea, the rules of passage. Rules of passage.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I.
What am I missing?
Vent itself. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool the shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning?
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator.
Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Alright. Let's leave then.
First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
Okay. Heard loud and clear. So what? Are we talking to him again? No? We talked to him! What are we missing?
Did we miss something in Pavlova's cabin?
More
Some
in
more in
this
this area. Passageway? Alright,
Let's go.
why not?
The... Okay.
That scared
This man just like appears.
The great detective! Judge, are you here?
Yes.
It's your time to shine.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
What is that stance?
Tra-la-la-la, lee-lee-lee-lee, I did the great detective way.
He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us yet?
Oh, he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about.
Excuse me.
I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did the great detective way.
Mr. Sholmes!
Oh! What is it? You want to fight? I'll discombobulate you.
Did you see that spray? Herlock Sholmes confesses his undying love for his old flame he met overseas. Curio correcta. No way.
Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish.
Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any.
Sorry, I just realized,
You
Fanta,
discombobulated me completely.
Fanta, is that a request? Do you want Herlock
yeah,
Sholmes to confess?
that's a request.
Oh, Judge, go ahead.
Mr.
Oh,
Sholmes, it's good to see you again. What's wrong?
I apologize. I am just awestruck by your frame.
Why, thank you. I know that my earlobes are quite tantalizing to the average eye.
Indeed
but your
they
eye is
are.
not so average, is it?
Yes, indeed. The great Herlock Sholmes, have solved many mysteries around the world. But the biggest mystery has remained to be unsolved
Mr. Sholmes?
is my feelings for you.
Your feelings. I am a collector of many things, but love. Love is something truly extraordinary.
Well,
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You appear quite discombobulated.
Well, I was wondering if you would like to, like to have my love, my heart, within your collection.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're so funny. I'm no surgeon. I have no idea how to take out a heart. Let alone isolate
yes.
it, refrigerate it, make sure that it doesn't go rotten. It's hard to collect these things.
That is what we call a metaphor.
A metaphor.
Yes, I want
How
you
long
to
until
have
the scene
me.
director calls cut?
Oh, do I need to call cut?
Perhaps, maybe.
Okay, need to clip this. What
Mayhaps.
the fuck? Here, clip
It's
material.
honestly not that good.
Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is good a time as any.
Thank you, Syria.
Anyway, I saw Ryunosuke's line.
Yeah, but that's so fucking funny. Sif,
God.
like, remember chat, it only takes $5 to have Judge rizz you up.
Oh my god, you hear that, everybody?
That's so funny.
Oh, God, goodness. I had the stream open on YouTube rather than on Discord.
Ah.
I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
All right, I get the picture. Now, could you please put those fists away?
I am actually doing this, by the way.
Sato-san, I believe that's what they call the Macarena.
The Macarena.
What?
Macarena. Spanish. Macarena. Ah! Like that.
I think it's supposed to be imitating English boxing. Mr. Naruhodo.
Discombobulate. Anyways.
Fuck off.
Yeah, get fucked, stay mad!
Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before... Oh, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here.
I'm trying to decide. Are you like backing up for Sholmes?
Yes, a little bit.
Naruhodo.
Oh yes, the
Yes,
ship's log.
That is his name, yes.
I thought you were talking to Sholmes for a moment. And did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
Sorry?
Oh, your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Smell my fingers, Sato-san.
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off-stand sentry in the first-class passageway. And he was in almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that.
Oh, Ren is
And
muted.
yet... This... I was speaking of your line.
Not again! Ah! This happens to me no matter where I go!
Sorry about that.
Yes, if you beat me in, like, basically everything else, so...
What happened? What happened? Did all of this get read? Okay.
No, I don't think so.
What? What'd you say?
Judge, are you still with us?
I'm still with us, yeah.
Did you say the line already? I don't remember.
I did say the line already, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Okay, I'm
somebody
stupid.
said something about lines being skipped, and I was like, huh? I
I
think I was
no, I
skipping
think
it.
it was
I
just
read
Judge
over
taking my line.
line. This one, the ship's because I was like, and yet, and then yeah, Naruhodo finishes me.
How old is
Naruhodo
Sholmes?
finishes me up.
He's 34.
The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
He's 34? Yes, he is.
It was logged in my mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective.
Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance! Ouch!
What is it?
Ouch!
Are you hurt?
Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to have been afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Sato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... Well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? Oh,
What's
what the
that?
fuck?
Warning! Warning! Warning!
Oh, Jesus.
Here, darling, do it.
Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore! All stop! Hard to starboard! All hands, brace for impact!
What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What?
I can't stand!
Sato-san! Hold on to me! Ah! Sato-san! Are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, it looked like we avoided a collision.
I think...
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness. Well, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Osanaga, I'm guessing?
I think it's like Hosonaga and the ship crew. It doesn't matter too much. Here, just
Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector
Called
Hosonaga.
You did.
Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt?
Look at that!
The door's bolted! Did you do that, Sato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
To be continued?
Oh, that was short. Alright,
It was short.
so there's only 3
Wasn't
parts in
even an
this
hour.
case. So we're going to do... I think I'd like to try and finish the case today. How do we feel?
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
I'm fine doing that, yeah.
Lovely. All right. But
My family wants to give me food, and I haven't eaten since breakfast, so I think I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, it sucks. Good.
Oh, shit. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Why are y'all saying it like that?
Have fun.
Oh, man.
E.
Yeah, go eat. You need to eat.
Yeah.
We'll hold the fort here.
All right. Thank you. I will be back soon.
All right.
Okay, Chad, did we do a good job? Oh my gosh. I wasn't sure if she was ever gonna leave. She's scaring me.
I'm still
Yeah.
fucking here. What the hell?
Oh, man. Oh, you better go eat.
Hey.
Man, you better go eat.
I'm watching you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Boy, I'd like to be that guy. Good morning.
Oh man. Hello, everyone. Forgive me if I seem a little bit wacko. I have had a very weird day.
How was your day? Like your
I
wacky
had
day?
I had an earlier work shift than I normally do. And I basically like raced home, like basically immediately, so that Red could still stream at this time. Been sleeping on the couch today. Come on, she knows I'm joking. She would never throw me on the couch. I hope.
You're in the doghouse.
Yeah, that's where she sent me. Tell chat, your therapist, about your day. Well, you know, it all started when I woke up this morning, right? Already. You know. Okay, chat. Let me ask you something right quick. Do you guys know the phrase "good morning"? I know Ren says good night all the time, but do you guys know good morning? So, good morning is usually what you say like in the morning when you're saying hi to somebody. It's like a way of greeting them essentially, and hoping that they have a good morning. So
It was originally
I had
coined
Yeah?
by Uncle Grandpa in the hit Cartoon Network series by the same name. Sorry,
Uncle
just
Grandpa?
A little footnote. Yeah, a little footnote.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your inclusion into the lore of this story. So I didn't. So like now that everyone's caught up to speed on what the term "good morning" is, I had what's known as a bad morning. I had to wake up earlier than I normally do. I had to immediately wake up to my little cutie of a dog whining at my door to go outside. Now where I am, it is colder than it usually is. So I walked out and immediately, even though I was wearing a kind of light jacket, that was my first mistake. I walked out and it was fucking freezing outside. Oh my god. And meanwhile, the little doggo wanted to go on like a really, really long walk. Oh, sorry, Ink. I use they, them, and he, him. No. Sorry, that's updated in my Discord. I didn't really make a public announcement, but I go by he, they. You can use either or. Anyways. So I was taking the doggo out and it was fun, you know, but she didn't want to go for walkies. She wanted to go for sniffies. Which means she doesn't, like, you know, walk around and find a place to go do her business and then I clean up after her. No. That means she stops in front of every single house, finds their bushes, and takes a good 10-second... just fucking digs into that thing. And I'm like, okay, dog. And it took a lot longer than I was expecting. I make it back home. And I have some more stuff to figure out for my work, but today in particular, I had to work at a different store for the job that I go to. And I was not used to the people there. Yes, my dog is very good. She lives with my dad, but he handed her off to us for the time being. But anyways, that's besides the point. I had to go to a different store for my work today, which means I didn't get to work with the same people that I normally do. Now, my coworkers, I actually like my coworkers. My coworkers are very cool. They're funny. They are very receptive to my humor, and I feel like I have very great, like, energy matching with them. But this fucking store that I went to was so fucking weird. It was so weird. And the easiest way, the simplest way I can describe this new store is that at my store, it is jovial. The energy is high, and it feels like we're all in this together kind of deal. So everyone works together in harmony, and it eventually feels like a job that is less like working and more just like we're working together, you know? But at this store, oh my fuck. How do I describe someone who is lazy, who is very bad with my jokes, and someone who is just so borderline unreceptive to conversation, like talking at all, that I could make zero headway, and I ended up feeling super self-conscious. See, look at that. Judge literally left because he was that upset by that. So I walk into this store. And I'm greeted by people who look like, what's the word? Bums. They look like bums. They look like people who mooch and do fuck all. And what do you know? That is exactly what they did. And so for nearly 5 hours today, I endured sitting through people who were lazy, who didn't feel like having a good time, and who were just so unfun to be around that it felt like a drag. There was only one positive to today, one positive. And you know what that positive was? There was one coworker there. And this coworker, he was cool. And you know how I know he was cool? Because on my uniform for work, I have a bunch of pins. They let us put pins in our uniform. I have a bunch of pins from various kinds of things. I have a cinema roll because that's based. I have a Zoroark because that's based. I have a bunch of Pokemon pins, basically. Welcome back, Ren. I'm yapping. Give me a second.
Okay.
I have a bunch of pins of various forms of media that I like. And one of my coworkers saw those pins, and they saw that on my uniform, you know, and that was awesome. And that guy was like, "Hey, I like your pins." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, you're cool." And so he actually tried striking up a conversation with me about the games that we liked and the things that we were, instead of just, "Oh, what's the store that you came from?" And it was fucking boring. Besides that one dude, it was cool. So then finally I'm done, and it's like, all right, I haven't had food all day. So I go to the fucking food place and I grab myself some food, and then I race home, and then I change out of my work equipment, and 2 minutes before stream started, I am here, and I'm having a good time. Super chilling.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, fun fact, everybody. My mother came in here earlier and was like, "Hey, I am like your dad's coming home with food later, so come to a good stopping point soon and come down and get it." And I was like, "Okay." And I go downstairs earlier because we came to a good stopping point, and she wasn't there, and my dad wasn't there either. And I was like, "Okay." So I waited like 5 minutes, and then she came out from wherever she was, and she was like, "Oh, hello." And I was like, "Yeah, it was promised food." And she was like, "Yeah, he's not even here yet." And I was like,
So are we just waiting for him?
"Okay, yeah, I guess we are." So I was like, "Okay, amazing. I'm going back upstairs. He can bring it up," which is what I wanted him to do in the first place, but whatever. Where's Judge?
I'm not sure. Maybe
just
often
listening.
Neverland.
Oh my god!
Just
Let's
listening.
continue.
Are we continuing? We need to get to a good
I thought
stopping
you-
point. What if we need
I
to
thought-
stop midway
yeah,
through?
I thought you said you wanted to wait.
No. My family will bring my food upstairs.
But what if they interrupt us in the middle of a scene?
They won't.
No, my family will bring my food upstairs.
Yes.
Yes, me, glorious Princess Aster. My family will bring me upstairs.
Glorious
Sorry.
Princess Aster.
I said I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry.
Nah, that was the wrathful hand of God for a second.
God? Are we talking about the same person?
Say the line.
Oh my god, do you want to get disconnected
Say
again? Jesus.
the line.
Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
The mic peak. That was really funny.
You! I have to stand back here then.
Yes.
You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened here? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. Hold on a moment, I have something in my throat.
Oh. And gotta be careful, she'll make you sleep on the couch. I wish we lived together.
That's fucking wrong. You wouldn't make me sleep on the couch. You say and do worse shit to me on the daily. I don't want to fucking hear it.
Huh? I'm right here. I'm right fucking here.
Yeah, but if anything, you would be the one sleeping on the couch.
Would you kick me out?
No, probably not. But if anyone were to sleep on the couch, it would be you.
Why?
Oh, you know. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Y'all seeing this shit?
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew and running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Maybe, hold on, Judge, maybe you should just turn your gain down, and then you could get closer.
That's the first time you've asked me to do that.
I mean, yeah, because here's the thing, right? Your speaking voice and your, like, your character voices are so different in volume.
Hang on, I have to update the software.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, Judge, I agree with
Yeah, but then he'll do a character voice and it'll be like night and day.
Update my software.
You gotta do something like that, yeah, I know what you mean.
I hope you know that stream can't hear you're literally getting drowned out by the music.
Yeah, I know.
Streamers are sassy tonight? No, really.
I had a long day.
You did.
I deserve a break.
You do.
And not the couch.
I
already said it, by the way.
Yes, Judge, I agree with you. We need certain update right now. You cannot hear me?
You're quite quiet.
What? Ah!
Oh my god.
You cannot hear me. I am speaking to you.
There you go. That sounds good.
What?
No, Judge. No, Mugman's being annoying. This sounds fine. Hold on. Can you,
Okay, come on.
do Stroganoff voice?
I am Seaman Stroganoff.
That sounds really good. Do Sholmes' voice. Do you say?
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you want me to say? Sorry?
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. All right, Slay. Turn it up like a teensy tiny bit, like maybe like 3 or some, like tiny.
1, 2, 3.
Turn it up 3.
Yeah. Anyway, we're good.
I'm not kidding. That was what I had at before.
Oh my god. Somebody please donate so that Judge and I can do the soup store bit.
Oh my god.
Please.
Wait, hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let me pull up the soup store bit. Someone donate though, so we can actually do it.
Please. Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
Hold on. I'll.
What voices would we do though? I guess it's up to whoever donates. Whoever donates gets to
Oh,
choose
wait,
what
no,
voices we do.
I mistook the soup store for bread bank.
You looked up the bread bank?
Soup's on. Let's go.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
Who's
I know the whole thing.
Wait, who's doing it? Sif, you choose. Or chat
Yes,
choose.
if you choose who gets to do it,
Somebody choose.
and then like what voices we get to do. Judge, do you know the soup store bit?
Yes, I do, but I need the script.
Chat choose. Just look it up.
The copy post.
Here, chat choose. Ink choose. Is Ink here? Jesus, take the wheel. Ryu and Kazuma. Ooh! Actually, that's a good
Oh,
one.
okay. Oh my god, I haven't heard Kazuma in a while.
I believe.
Yeah, because he's fucking dead.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
do you
know.
want to be... Do you want to be the person who starts it or responds? Do you want to be the person
I'm
at
just
the
thinking,
soup
like,
store or the person calling
what
them?
may-
No, wait, no.
What makes
Can I
more
assign?
sense?
I want Kazuma to be the first dude, and I want Ryunosuke to be the one buying clothes.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Do you have it pulled up?
Yeah, yeah, one moment. I had to do my warm-up line, which is,
Oh,
you don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't get you off. Hello?
Huh?
Do we have the same script?
What? Oh,
I
no.
start off with hello, if anything.
Wait, doesn't
what?
it start
No.
with "I need your help"?
Yeah, that's the one that I have.
It's hello, hey, what's up? I need your help. Can you come here? I can't. I'm buying
We
clothes.
we only have "I need your help." That's where it starts.
That's not how it. Okay.
Okay,
One moment.
hello?
wait. Who's buying
Fuck,
clothes?
what?
Ryu's buying clothes.
I'm buying clothes. I am buying clothes. You are not buying
Ryunosuke.
clothes. This is so scuffed.
Okay, from the top. Okay, let's go.
I need your
Action!
help. Can you come here?
I can't. I'm buying
Fuck, wait,
clothes.
no! Shit!
fucking suck at this. Jesus.
Jesus Christ! So I was like, what are we doing?
Wait,
all right, all right, all
Esther,
right.
I need you to shout action.
Kazuma. All right, hold on. 3, 2, 1, action. It starts with Kazuma.
Judge.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I need your help. Can you come here?
Well, I can't. I'm buying clothes.
All right, well, hurry up and get over here.
Well, I can't find them.
What do you mean you can't find them?
I can't find them. There's only soup.
What do you mean there's only soup?
It means there's only soup.
Well, then get out of the soup aisle.
All right, you don't have to shout at me. There's more soup.
What do you mean there's more soup?
There's just more soup.
Go into the next aisle.
There's still soup.
Where are you right now?
I'm at soup.
What do you mean you're at soup?
I mean, I'm at soup.
What store are you in?
I'm at the soup store.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
Fuck you. And scene.
And scene. That was beautiful.
Way too
Thank you.
fucking long.
Thank you two for screaming at each other. That was brilliant. That was absolutely wonderful. Also, my dad bought me food. Woohoo! Soup are good. Really. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
Settle just has to listen to that.
$5 just for that one bit. Good fucking god.
I'm so making an edit of this later. Thank you. What kind of soup though? Miso, obviously. Super hot.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
Oh shit. I'm eating. Stop talking.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it!
Esther for Pavlova. I can't believe I have to. I'm saying it this time. Just lean a bit further back.
Oh,
That's
really?
the mic. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! It is not enough that he's killed a man!
Duh! And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else!
Stowing away, trespassing, killing! She is right. You are devil!
Doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we docking Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait! A cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately!
I think I win, actually. I might be able to eat.
What? What the fuck? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes?
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no.
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally, I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective.
Ah, Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently.
Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time.
What is the report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally.
Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds, for I am about to reveal my detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Woohoo!
Are we doing this again?
Ah! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew...
Who are you calling a hedgehog?
We all knew who was responsible for killing
Don't
student
joke on
boy
your chili
this
dogs.
morning.
I'm sorry.
When we found criminal in wardrobe. It is stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it.
I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
The locked room, that is the point.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not so-called locked room. Is not called a so-locked room. Ah, my goodness, what is wrong? The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door.
What other entrance? We never discovered one!
Why, it gapes open mouth at you as we speak. The ventilator, man!
A ventilator?
You think this is funny? Well, you are laughing. I cannot even put my arm up through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible.
Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Katsuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam.
But what does it mean? What is this speckled band?
The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
I'm going to do this, and if you get hit, it's your own fault.
I don't understand. Ow! Ow! Stop! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Take that. There is a distant element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold!
What the?
Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band.
Actually, recently gotten into this game. Welcome in Dynamic Tempo. Heck yeah!
A snake?
Indubitably.
Mr. Sholmes, just one thing.
Pray, what troubles you?
Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the Striped Band. Wouldn't you?
Hey, first super! 2! Oh my god, thank you for the 2, Dana!
Thank you, Umi.
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Forgot to type. Well, crap.
No worries.
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly?
I think perhaps it is time to explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all.
His death is nothing to do with me! This whole thing is nothing to do with me!
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head.
I would advise as little movement as possible, seaman. You wouldn't want fangs of your long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
So
His Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
usually whenever we start the spectacular, the dance of deduction, we get a little subtitle that says the game is afoot. I'm being so silly here, but can you say it when it appears?
The game is afoot.
When it appears.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bad. The game is afoot.
Yay!
For immersion's sake.
For immersion.
Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it was the very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night of question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can they have, give pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly fiend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Last night, through that ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of your friend of this friend of yours, which last night was infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible imperceptible puncture. Wounds
Imperceptible?
left by the venomous fang. Perceptible?
Yeah, like perceive.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Mr. Sholmes, it's imperceptible.
What? The almost but not
Im-
quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There is no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glances betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was relentless inside, no doubt.
You don't.
It is telling that the victim made a note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound that you had used to train your serpent friend?
To train.
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through the ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had truly done its duty, so you could listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the belt cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's young life. The young man's poor... Yeah. The poor man's...
Poor young man's life?
The poor young man's life.
There you go. Good job.
There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
As is your grammar.
Death by venomous snake's bite. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band.
By the way, have you been practicing your Russian accent, Aster? Because it's, yeah, you're doing very well.
Oh, thank you. I meant to carve out time to practice it, but I didn't, so... I did listen back to the VOD, and I paid attention to the parts that you said I did well in.
That's good. I think that's proven true.
Aw, thank you. Also, I hate to be that bitch, but can you turn your mic up a little bit more? Like, tiny, tiny.
Ah, that bitch.
How about now? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine.
Perfect.
There, on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to the training any creature.
Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name.
My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one arm, one left hand. And I'm left-handed.
This is not that I'm eating. Hold on. She's about to talk for a decent bit. Hold on.
Oh dear. No.
I've collected my thoughts.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just... about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
Stop eating. Wow.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, parts of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
but madam, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers played their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless.
Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder!
Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Goofy ass.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try.
Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, right.
So cast your eyes down to your wrists again.
How does he keep doing this? You've done it again!
Your
Oh, Mr.
handcuffs are
Sholmes.
gone.
Where did they go?
Fear not, I shall see them restored after our work is done.
I really wish you'd leave them off.
Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, I'll do the revisions, by the way.
Thank you.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you acclaimed the following. His death is not to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you could not deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Katsuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
What are you typing, Judge?
Nothing.
More silly bits.
What's
maybe
causing
her
your
fucking.
pain? Oh, there
Oh.
we go. Yeah, I was gonna say a hand, but
Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't... Whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh.
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricably link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Aww.
Oh, look at the photograph in this frame! This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Ara. Bum, bum, bum. Kitty!
Oh my god. I can't hide.
Gatto!
Anyway, Judge, how is the Sholmes voice also?
like in what way?
I mean, just in general, how are you feeling?
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
I think I'm fine with it. I just don't know if I've found it yet. That's my concern. It's the same thing with his name escapes me, who I voiced in part 1 and who's died here.
Kazuma?
Kazuma?
Kazuma. Yeah. Like I didn't think I found a voice for him. Now he's dead. So
my only recommendation is speak like 10% slower, and I think you've got it.
Yeah. Speak a bit slower and focus
A bit more
on...
decisively.
Yeah, make him sound like he's always
Confident
very sure
in everything.
exactly of what he needs. And he knows exactly what he's doing all the time. It doesn't matter if he's wrong. It doesn't matter. He'll simply go with the flow. And everything comes easy. Like that.
okay, I will do that.
Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature that she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
Your friend is the little kitten.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us.
Yes! The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Barca is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation of the light in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known.
Oh, yes. Ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Oh, speciality. Okay. It's a different word.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back?
Oh, let's take a closer look at it. It has a handle.
Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end.
I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase... Cats like to chase the band around and pull at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable.
Cat's toy.
I say, that is positively adorable.
What the hell happened to your voice there? You're adorable.
I must say.
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy.
Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you were dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice.
But why? For what reason?
My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy, to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this fiend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proven to be. She must be caged at once. Once found. You will forgive us for blurring the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
I love Russian blues. They're so pretty.
I've never seen a Russian blue, actually. I'm gonna look it up now.
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka. She is so naughty.
A beloved kitten.
Oh wow, they are pretty.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true.
The accents are on point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
We have the medical report, right?
Postmortem report.
Yeah, no traces of poison.
Yes! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report.
Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath could be strong enough to survive that.
Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know.
The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively.
Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh, yes. That fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what has happened?
You could have slipped on this.
A scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes?
Yes! Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively.
This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit for shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish.
And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please. No.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No!
He wouldn't have lost his life, though, because he had to write something on the floor.
I don't know.
I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life?
Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all that you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays your hiding place you choose. You chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Katsuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more?
It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
What?
And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Sorry, I don't know why the stream lagged for me.
What
Maybe it's in the trash
I'm
can.
a bit too far away from the mic, just listening back to the stream.
You think I mean, eh?
At least for Sholmes' voice, he sounds a little bit far.
What part of the stream are you watching?
Just like a few seconds ago.
Oh yeah, then I mean, you need to turn the gain down and get closer.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Alright, so I guess we just present the basket.
Yes! I guess so, yeah.
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket.
Here we have the fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact.
You're too quiet
Precisely.
now.
We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Here, turn
How do
yourself
I
up.
sound?
That's
How do I
it.
sound now?
Great.
I didn't turn my sonar, I just got closer to the mic.
That's good.
And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death,
Back up just a little bit. You're popping.
should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass pearl, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours, wouldn't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What? You're quiet again.
Linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be...
It'd be in the portrait, wouldn't it? Because it's wearing a
Because the
bell.
cat's wearing the bell.
Yeah.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar,
Look at this photograph!
the very glass bell in question. Who said that?
The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who's lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall.
And the cause of that fateful stumble?
Are they gonna say it together again?
Yeah.
This will not
Your
work.
absent feline friend,
Daka!
Daka!
I like how you stumbled on your line as you said stumbled. It was most appropriate.
This is the one time that I
Send that
stumbled.
over.
Fuck.
Look at this graph!
Fucking impossible.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat.
Cut it, bitch.
Hello?
What?
She's 15!
Oh my god! Mr. Sholmes, even I feel that's a bit much.
Deduction complete. Elementary.
Who's Sholmes? I'm Holmes. Only Sherlock Holmes would say something so vile.
Now you're too quiet.
I
have
I am getting annoyed.
Hold on. Let's figure this out.
Hold on!
Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her
Right.
sister?
A princess.
Judge.
a bitch.
The Wicked Witch of the East, bro!
Say something loud.
Something loud.
Now speak in a natural volume.
Natural volume is. Yep.
Speak
That's me.
Speak in Sholmes' voice.
Brilliant deduction, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah. Leave it
Okay.
alone. Just leave it. The Wicked
it
Witch of
be.
the East, bro.
Leave.
She came down in a bubble, dog. How do y'all do this so fluidly?
Practice. Teehee.
Yeah, yeah, practice. That's it.
Talent, sure, but honestly, mostly practice.
Mostly practice, yeah.
Also, we're like reading the lines the second that we see them. One thing that'll help with doing that is just reading a lot. Like I realized that recently. Like, cause I read like I read like a lot. Like I read hundreds of thousands of words per week. And that's not counting the games that I play. And
That's all the social media she goes through.
it's not just social media either. Like
kidding.
I read actual literature. And
Oh, see, everyone should
Oh,
think
so that's
she's
what we're
better than
calling
us
it
'cause she
now.
actually
shut up,
reads
shut up,
books.
shut up. But I mean, yeah, I read a lot. I play a lot of visual novels, so I do a lot of reading, and also I read subtitles, I guess. So lots and lots of reading, and when you read a lot, like in general, you just like you comprehend the words faster, I guess. After really selling us on her fan fiction, my goodness. No.
As a law student, I have to read a lot of shit too. I imagine with your degree, Aster, you would have to go through a lot of papers too.
Yeah, I have to do a research project for one of my classes, and I'm honestly looking forward to it. It looks like I think I've decided on a good research topic. Is manga
Wow,
literature in your case? I mean, manga is literature, but I don't read a lot of manga actually. As an insufferable pseudo-intellectual, I also read a lot.
Is that Sif who commented that?
Follow me on
I didn't see
Twitch.
it. Was that Sif who said that?
Yes, that was Sif.
Yeah, I could tell. Goddamn.
Me on my way to call the comics books I read every blue moon. Literature. Nah, I mean, I read lots of...
Reading's reading. So.
Yeah, reading is reading. But I do read a whole lot of, like, text-based stuff.
Even with pictures.
Even with pictures. Visual novels count as reading. They are visual novels. We weeble and wobble. No way.
Technically, all novels are visual because you have to read the words on them.
True.
Unless they're braille.
Just like I recognize that pseudo-intellectualism from anywhere. Alright. Let's continue.
Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
I was planning on binge watching Aster the rest of the night.
Yeah, you can always do that. You can always do that. You should binge watch my content. You should let me soothe you to sleep. I promise, with my streams on in the backgrounds, you'll sleep so soundly. So,
Except when I'm screaming.
Correction, Aster. Wumi says Bing watching, so I'm assuming using the browser Bing.
brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom. Welcome back, Jellybear.
Aster Balacho streams are gonna hit hard when I play Balacho.
That'd be crazy.
I have a friend who's like, I mean, I have Sif who's also really into Balacho, but I have another friend who's really into Balacho. Maybe I'll drag her on with me. DuckDuckGo watching.
I still need to play it. I think you gifted it to me, right, Mug? I still need to play it.
Yeah.
Oh, Balacho?
Don't worry, I also still need to play it.
I'll play Balacho.
I'm scared to start playing it.
But
I have Sif and an actual
international
friend.
Fate's Day Night stream?
Yeah.
I've actually been watching Fate recently. I watched an episode literally right before the stream, actually.
Yeah.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
Okay. Stop it.
Alright, bro.
We'll stop it.
It's your line.
Oh, so at the point you thought it'd be safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote out in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet.
Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang! Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
Really now, why don't I believe her?
We'll just have to see. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darker is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious! That cat is insufferable. Restless as I am.
Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship?
Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Brosco.
What? That snake belongs to you. Oh, this is so difficult.
He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here.
Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board.
Ah! We are at sea for 1 year! You want to be along with our close friend without someone who understands?
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom. Roscoe does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
It's venomous?
Yes, now he is hungry. So he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
And you feed him what? I didn't know.
Ah!
Oh, milk.
Like
Sorry.
they say that they...
Milk? I suppose.
Ah! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Porosco eats mouses! Big, fat, round mouses!
So...
Shut up. Shut up, you.
Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course! How else can I cut my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now.
Oh my god.
Where did his eyes go?
No tengas ojos.
Is this the great Ace Attorney.exe?
It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It's not my fault! I do not make up stories! My Porosco is nothing to do with this incident!
So, that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death.
Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
What are you talking about, Miss Mikolova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it.
I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter.
Oh,
I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction.
a distraction?
I do hope you haven't been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
Not again! When did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention.
Oh,
I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call.
You were, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, he's being genuine.
Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not?
Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even.
In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. Whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin?
Yes!
What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance.
But we've already established it, haven't we?
Everybody lock in!
The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait! Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's claim. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really?
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Him writing on the
I
ground?
would guess the writing, right?
Because, I mean, they said he died instantly, but no,
Instantly,
he had time
so
to
how
write
would
that.
he have time to write?
He wouldn't have. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asolgi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asolgi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead!
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asolgi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So Sata-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words...
Eh? Is it the glass?
We gotta be honest, I got no fucking idea.
I'm not sure.
Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident.
Is it the
My badge!
Is it the bell?
I don't know.
It's okay.
We make a save.
Let's try it.
This piece of broken glass next to mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin?
Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova?
Oh no.
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asolgi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yes. There was someone else present. Mr. Asol...
Oh my god.
Judge!
You are wasting time?
That's him! You heard his voice.
Oh, you're wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course. We know this.
What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in cabin was young student. Died was you.
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened.
Judge!
I apologize. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details.
But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message.
Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details.
Would you mind?
Forgive me, my dear fellow.
As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time.
And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well,
It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item.
You all suspect me. Don't do it.
oh my god. Seaman Stroganoff!
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went to join the ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give the tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet! Impossible!
He's right.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Fred? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one could expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with no gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
I don't believe it!
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen!
Indeed we have! So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
The shelf.
Yes! Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines have thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't flattened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing so the sun doesn't know? Or that isn't in a book at least.
Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello! Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door!
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed... the SS Buria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Sorry, I was Russian for a moment.
He learned Russian.
Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop?
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of the number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait! It was you!
When the button was pressed, two things happened in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Me when I get bored and I pull an emergency alarm and stop a whole ship.
What did you think about that, Mr. Naruto?
It's Naruhodo.
I'm reading what Sif says in the comments.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion.
He sounds almost proud of himself!
How dare you mess with this ship? I report you to Captain. You are in so much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can be wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what must we can now consider?
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this shape make an emergency stop? Or did it not?
You are idiots! Buria is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere!
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
We know it. The
On
log.
my throat
one, right?
from doing Stroganoff.
Yeah, the
Oh,
ship's
dear.
log.
Yeah, this one, right?
And
Yeah.
it's only like I'm fine if I just speak sort of normally with it. It's fine, but I just noticed my throat was
Shouting.
Like, ugh. I could hear like the pain on it, or like
Oh,
the thing is
no.
burning.
Does Mugman need to do Stroganoff?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll let you know whenever. But yeah,
Shit gets bad, say the word.
Gonna be good, okay?
word.
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right?
Da! That is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties?
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Don't stop typing in mod VC. We can see it.
Are you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there? But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase, nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. Fuck, I keep on forgetting I'm
That is... da! Because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you?
Oh,
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bureau. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's logs, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point.
What of the throbbing?
Sorry? What do you mean?
Your head, man.
He was like, relax.
Mr.
Sholmes like,
The
relax,
throbbing of your head since this morning.
Sholmes, I never did anything of the sort.
bro.
The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right.
A pause.
In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing lately, too. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe, and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. But why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes, sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes! In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No. Really? Is that true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of soporific.
I think it's
Soporific.
pronounced
Soporific.
soporific. I'm not sure though.
Soporific.
Yeah.
Tampered with the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
A sleeping drug? Do you mean... Whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug, so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of the passengers on board with a sporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator!
What?
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there'd have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone evermore.
His fucking face.
I feel bad for him.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So, when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame at the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe
You are right. We put sleeping drunken chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Da! We could not make all drug. What do you say? Dissolve?
Ugh. Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel aboard. She was held by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers of the SS Bura slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained.
So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. People who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door! But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What? Of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Oh, it's more not like us. Quite and accordingly. All passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of the passengers would habitually sleep in their cabin doors bolted away. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried to desperately hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But I don't know about any of these. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust what we see with our own eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything.
Pavlova's just like, I'm just a girl. I mean, she is 15, though. She is just a girl.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
Accusatory, I think.
Accusatory!
What? Accusatory cry of guilt.
Sorry, you...
Sorry, you've
Oh,
lost me?
my powers of deduction can predict what you're going to say next.
How are you so good at this?
Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth.
Oh, here we fucking go.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes?
With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators.
Prevaricators? I've never seen that word before.
I would say judge is more right. Prevaricators?
No way, right?
Free Shavakadu.
Free
Shavakadu.
I'm feeling that too. Wait, hold on. Prevaricate?
Pronunciation. It doesn't even give me any like phonetics.
Man, fuck you.
The
Hold
fuck?
on. Wait,
You can-
prevaricate pronunciation.
Prevarication. Prevarication.
How to pronounce? Of course, I got an ad. Okay.
With two
Bruh.
prevaricators.
Prevaricate. Yeah. Prevaricators.
Prevarication.
Okay, we learned today.
Prevarication. Prevaricators.
Observation.
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning.
Love how your mic cut out, but we still heard the precisely.
Nah, it's just nah. It's fine.
Alright, I'll see what I can see.
Ouchie.
So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Cosmo
Bro's
died.
looking for evidence.
Eh?
Bro's visiting his friend.
Chunky arms. Oh. Right here. Here, hold on. Because you see she has an earring on the other ear, but...
She has such petite ears among all that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear.
Oh, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? It really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it's broke off? So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken.
Rosa.
Yes!
Eh?
I noticed the dainty jewelry you're wearing on your ears, Miss Pavlova. Were we to find a piece of those earrings in Mr. Asoge's cabin, it would prove beyond a doubt that you were there. Although, we haven't actually found anything yet, so...
Completely unrelated note, I loved Yunosuke's crooked smile. Cause like, if you hide like that one part on his right side, that's like lifting up, it's so cute! Yes!
That deduction was wanting in every way.
Yes,
Sorry,
I
I
was
had-
wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it.
I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact.
Oh, sorry. I'll try again.
I can think of two possible ways. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene. Or, if that's not possible,
A trace of something that the person took away from the scene. Be that accidentally or deliberately.
Trace of something someone took away.
If you observe closely enough, I believe you will find examples of both. Give them a long, hard, and uncompromising stare from all sides. That's my advice.
Okay, so it's not her. Oh!
Bloodstain on his back?
It's an ink stain. I don't want to look at his
ink?
ass.
Look at this! Booty!
Is ink all right? Someone check on her.
Did he shit himself? in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It
He
looks
shit
like
himself.
it looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from.
Then let's present the ink.
Yes!
Okay, we got it.
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Huh? Ah, yes. I don't know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about this stain.
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain.
There's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Narahudo.
Yeah.
Alright then, that proves the yada.
Yada. Where's the ink? Purple ink?
There you go. It's probably the crime scene photograph, I guess. There we go.
We're good.
Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform.
Ink?
A rather unusual color of ink. Purple.
Ah!
Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance.
The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color.
If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
All right. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burra do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one could suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking.
I just realized, I realized it for a while, but I forgot to say it. I love that he has lines on his face where the snake has been constantly wrapping around him. You detail.
It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
Kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers?
Only to find its occupants lying lifeless on the ground.
On the floor, close enough.
She said she was worried. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead?
Why? I already told you. When Nina
I
opened
was
door
asking Miss Pavlova.
Hey, just one more thing.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you.
So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last?
If you have to ask.
Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes?
This photograph, yes? I took it myself, you know. Look at this photograph!
What is he saying now?
Why did he suddenly start singing again?
The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural.
What do you mean, unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of luck, broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural?
Well, if he died instantly, then the actual, text would make no sense.
I mean, we've already established that this is unnatural.
My guess would be the balled up fist.
Because, I mean, the thing, right? Whenever you fall, your hands go out to try and, protect you. Your palms are open.
Brace.
Yeah, to brace. But it's not here.
Yes! Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right.
The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's first fist a short while ago. And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
What?
The truth is now tantalizingly close.
How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist?
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes.
I think we've already established it. I did it on accident earlier. So I think I might have to like talk about this again.
She has such petite ease among that beautiful hair.
The same thing. It's not letting me skip it.
It's very small. Maybe part of it is missing. So all that's left is a clutch that attaches to the ear. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
That's the case.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose.
What?
But looking at her other ear, I notice a crescent moon.
I don't believe it!
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh, no!
Angel.
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! Couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Judge, this is you.
What are you, oh yes. Oh my god. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment, sorry, but...
Oh, yes.
I'm sure you know... I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course! You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina!
No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? And it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Tarka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him! I don't even know why! I don't know why I did it! I was just so scared! And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Katsuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sato-san started to believe me when I said I was incorrect. Innocent. Oh my god, I fucking vastly misread that.
Incorrect.
I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote,
Garderobe.
Tartarobe.
Got.
So that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back into her cabin and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway?
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Burya did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him.
Welcome in.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first?
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes! Meaning me! Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So, before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not yet done, it seems.
This is the last one.
There is one more deduction to make.
What? Another deduction?
Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. Oh,
That's
plus,
easy. I remember
My,
every
deduction,
detail
my
of the
deduction
room.
skills are so great.
I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So, this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Katsuma-sama.
Yes, exactly how it was.
Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? To say that's you, he was coming to you, it's pretty obvious.
Yes! But there's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night. Certainly, it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord.
Yes, however, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe. The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asorgi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes. But not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
No! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asorgi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But, unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that!
Sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest.
"7:14 p.m., so it's the evening.
What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then?
Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard.
What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out.
Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then?
No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life.
I see.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help Al, Angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But, well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me. I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan.
Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different.
So, you should get back to your cabin now.
It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together at about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Sato-san.
He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now, they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know.
The Hosonaga? I think so.
I wish there was something I could say.
Yeah. Inspector.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now at Huh?
Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo!
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles.
Insane thing to say, by the way.
Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
That's almost worse.
Sorry?
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say, you are a stowaway after all.
He thinks this is funny?
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. I was to be one lawyer. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant.
Was to be?
In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Sasato-san.
Sholmes?
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extreme simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer.
yes.
Miss Sato?
Yes.
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but...
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work.
But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you.
So, what does our speculated Inspector friend say?
Bespectacled.
Fucking damn it. Why am I... This is what I wake up, I haven't had anything to eat, I'm sorry.
Go eat! After this, I'm kicking you out. You have to go eat.
No, okay.
Bro, it's been 3.5 hours. What do you mean?
True.
So what does our bespectacled Inspector friend say?
Yeah,
I love the pause.
Spectacled.
Bespectacled. Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No, it's madness.
Yes, fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating?
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measures of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of a man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer.
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Sata, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes! That's exactly what I need!
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness. What is it?
Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times!
What?
I should never have doubted you! You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No! No, you were in shock! You just found out about me stowing away! And the cabin door was locked from the inside!
I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you! And not just once, but 5 times!
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must! Just take hold of me and throw me! Do it! Don't even think about it!
No, no, no! I don't even know how! I've never thrown anyone in my life!
Dad!
My god, this is freaky. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
She forgot he was here.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
When did he see that?
I presume that one would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative art myself. I am somewhat of an accomplished boxer.
And watch him punch Chisato. Ooh. I'm never forgiving him.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Is it? Oh.
There he goes, dancing around again.
I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what the term, the Susato takedown is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma.
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is a little more than irregular, surely?
A Japanese man's sword is a sword, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London.
And we finished the chapter.
God damn.
How are we feeling, everyone?
I'm tired,
Good.
but good.
So,
The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Which we are not going to do today.
Because it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes!
Bittersweet. Yeah, the ending is really sad. Pavlova has a really, sad story. Anyway, how do we feel about doing an escapade?
I'm fine doing that.
Sure, let's do it.
Alright, Judge, it's all you.
Hey,
Oh my god,
I
it
get to
is
shut the
just
fuck
on
up.
me.
See
Oh
ya.
my god.
Lock in.
Oh boy, here we go.
Everybody, sit back and enjoy the show.
It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port of call will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective. A detective? Who? A great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? If you would be just so kind as to open the door. Oh, yes. Sorry, of course. Is something wrong, Detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am on the root of all evil. Sorry. Then I don't think I want to be. I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses on this steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago? Oh, yes. The power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed. Yet, that was the ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? The thief came this way? I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not of the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well... How curious. Is there some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in the wardrobe right over there. It's just me in here, you see? No one else. So you might perhaps want to focus on your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you are the first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are vacant. Oh! Did you rather tragic rumbling of the stomach? Did that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from you, my good fellow? Of course, as I said, I'm the only one in here. It's only not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards. I do apologize, sir, but it is the first importance that investigations is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me. What? Where'd he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, without a doubt. If the culprit here were to if the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. Really, you know.
Oh, wait, what's Mug doing?
Yeah, I know, but what's Mug doing?
Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did! As I said, I'm the only one person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing, then. Twice, no less. This is going to be tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. Could Ryunosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. We've had it up to then. The game's up. Nobody hiding in there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the door on him myself. More visitors? Just now.
Excusing me. It is I, of another character by judge.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Seaman Stroganoff.
Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship.
Yes, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently.
How do you know this?
Well, the detective here just informed me, you see.
Detective?
Yes, I assume you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Shh. Where did he go?
I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime, fully.
Uh-oh, he's glowing at the wardrobe already. Well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in the wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of the concealment in such a place. And I would say, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Uranowski's been hiding there for a fortnight. Is he not human?
Who are you?
Shh! This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say? Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe.
What? But that's impossible! He couldn't have done!
Because my best friend was in there the entire time. Or at least I thought he was.
How could you be sure of this?
Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most relevant, revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones?
Gah!
What the? He's right. Look at those gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them.
This criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him and crush him.
Could I ask you something, Detective? Why, yes, of course. I'm always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Aha! Well, what else but some steaks of the rib bone?
The meat on the bone.
Huh. Did you say steaks on the rib bone?
For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from ship's kitchen only short time ago. There was malfunction with generator, and ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef, who saw criminal, said that he ran away down first-class passageway. And now, I am on his tail!
I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin.
But how?
Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his haul in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself behind this cabin door as you came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door.
What?
Make haste, my good man. After the culprit. I shall follow Something troubles you, sir?
I think maybe criminal is not running away at all.
What are you suggesting?
Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Asogi.
Me?
Da! And when I think you are culprit, everything is falling into places. The criminal that has disappeared in first-class passageway. The bones in the wardrobe. All clues are pointing their fingers at you.
Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did?
Why?
How are you sure of this? My dear fellow, there are two things in this world on which one can rely with total certainty.
What two things?
The first is the world of a great detective, and the second is a tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. I'm also very hungry myself.
I'll let you go soon, I promise. I promise.
Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong?
Curses! I will catch this thief! He cannot have gone far!
Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. God damn. Well, if you'll excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective! One moment, please. Yes. That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to...
Sorry.
That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name. Ah, it quite slipped my mind. You have been talking with the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asogi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget... yes! I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So, you would do well so to contain the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed. I bid you farewell then, Mr. Asogi. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective.
Oh.
Now then,
Look, man.
when did you move under the bed? I thought we had it when he opened the wardrobe.
Well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered.
That I what?
You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead?
Oh yes, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he?
Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed.
You really know how to give me a scare, don't you?
Herlock was playing coy the whole time. Awesome. Oh yeah. One thing about Sholmes is that he always knows more than he lets on.
Anyway, what's this all about the rib steaks? Eh?
Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry! Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know. You've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely.
Oh yes, I indeed am. Right on cue.
And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes.
So it was then.
I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell, and I thought to myself, it's now or never. The next thing I knew, I had the steak in my hands.
This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Well, alright, you were hungry, but 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going to be without food tonight. I imagine.
No, it was just the one.
What?
I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen. That's all.
But I don't understand.
Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way.
I'm not your pet dog. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2?
Do you think... Could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost?
There can only have been 1 single bone in the wardrobe when Renosuke moved it to hide under the bed. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by 1 very flesh and blood person.
Bruh.
What's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship!
A great detective or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great HERR Sholmes.
Who he also thinks is German. Truly amazing.
But I'm gonna die anyway, so goodbye, everyone. Bye. I can't get you off anymore.
Insane. Alright.
What am I going to do now?
So the music is softer here, which is why I'm here. But, yeah! I think... Let's turn that off.
Judge needs to fucking eat. That's it.
Yeah.
We're calling it.
Judge needs to eat. What is that noise?
My stomach.
Like, actually?
No, I just used the sound effect, but it is growling like that.
Oh dear. Okay. I'll spare you from asking about your thoughts.
Oh, I like it. I like Holmes. I like he's not he's not just, I guess, a dunce. As you said, he lets more on than he knows. So he, like, even if he does get stuff wrong, his deduction isn't without like super sound logic. He's not Gumshoe, where he'll jump at the some of the some absurd conclusions. But yeah, I like him.
Yeah, Sholmes is
I want
really
to try and get
awesome.
better at his voice. How did it go for the latter half after your feedback?
I liked it a lot more. I guess, because, like, Sholmes is a lot more multifaceted than he appears at first. I mean, he, like he comes across as just, like, silly, but then, like, you see this, and it's like, oh, hey, by the way, you had this stowaway dude under your bed. Might wanna keep him a bit better hidden. Not even, like, shaming the two of them for having a stowaway. And I mean, he is indeed a mischief maker. Like, you just see him, and sometimes he's doing these ridiculous poses and stuff like that.
Always putting handcuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, on sleight of hand style.
Like, you feel like you never really know what's coming next with him. But at the same time, it's like, you want to see where he takes you. He's really fun in that way, I feel.
Well, hopefully he doesn't die in the next case, so I can actually work further on his voice.
I'm not saying anything. Anyway, Darling, replaying this case, how do you feel?
That's about as good as I remember.
I remember getting a little bit more emotional with Nina at the end, and Sako.
It does suck that was an accident.
It was
like
it was a little bit sadder that
Whoa! Whoa! What?
Oh my god, 10 gifted.
Ali, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Wow, and we've got a whole bunch of people coming to the apprenticeship. Wow.
Yeah, like the other week where we had a whole bunch of people come into the apprenticeship in the server.
Wow.
Oh my god, don't talk about that.
But this was just... I had a lot of fun. Ali, thank you so much.
If you sent a message and I didn't see it, just know that I'm doing heart hands right now. Just showing some support. Love seeing you thrive.
That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I hope you stick around.
That's so sweet.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. I will set everybody free now. To all our lovelies, please join the Discord. Connect your Discord account to your YouTube, and you will have access to a special channel where you get access to exclusive covers. Anyway, can't wait for the next one. That's so sweet. Any final words?
I'm hungry and I'm gonna eat something, like Kirby.
Let's just go. What the fuck was that?
Hello? 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 Hello?
I'm hungry, that's me sucking up food. Like Kirby.
We should go. We should go.
Okay, yeah. Let's let's let Judge eat before he turns into any more of an eldritch horror.
With that, everybody, thank you so much for watching, and good night.